Morning, good morning. All right, I think we're good. Whew. Jeez. Decent chance this is our top. We'll see. Gonna need to see quite a bit from buyers up here. Got our 30-second opening range above on NQ. We are at our 30-second opening range on ES and RTY as well, just day opens. So we'll see if we can make those supportive or if sell side starts to step in to hold us below. Not sure as of yet.
Russia's UN envoy tells UN Security Council that a simple ceasefire is not enough to end the war in Ukraine. And they also add that to achieve a sustainable and lasting settlement of Ukraine conflict, we need to address its root causes. Spot gold falls about 1%.
Hmm. It's a big push. It's a huge push. I mean, I really have no interest in this area. This was like our huge seller yesterday. What was that, 395 to 410? Like zero interest above this. I need to see us out of this range. New 15's opening here in a second. Yeah, it's on the same page. I don't like that we're just like in this candle. Like, look at what our Globex looks like. We are still just like an inside bar in here. Like, I think we could probably come up to those wick highs to try for overnight stops at like 921 on ES, but I don't like that we're an inside bar. It makes trading a bit boring. And directionless. Yeah, so I think like looking to try to take out like the 921 high could be worth as a target if you're still a runner. But we can't really expect anything in either direction yet. About NQ. Yeah, inside as well. I've never seen that much of a continuity on PVZ, continuity issue. There's a huge difference between the 1 and the 15. Is that because I have, that's a big, that's weird. Is it doing that?
Russia's UN envoy says we're prepared to consider the possibility of establishing a ceasefire to pave the way for a lasting settlement of the root causes of the conflict. To achieve this ceasefire, we need, at the very least, for Western states to stop supplying arms to Kiev, for Ukraine to stop its mobilization.
Interesting how much ES is leading this move. What a weird mix of sectors that are positive on the day. NQ rejecting our 30-second opening range high, trading back down to our low. See if we can find a bid here at like 360, or if this is going to need to rotate down to 330. It's our first like look back into value on NQ, right? So it's important to see how we interact here. It says previous day value low, so we really would like it ideally to continue to find bids, but if we continue to reject our high and we look down, I think looking why is this labeled previous day value low? Whoa. Okay. It is. Okay. There's some very weird time frame stuff going on today on my charts. Things indicators are not lining up. We really would like to see this like 60 again hold ideally. This is our value high of previous candle. It can go down to 40, but we really would like to see this bid maintain here and get back up. Because if this holds, again, like I'm looking for like a dip like this into this node. We're basically seeing if we can take out these highs at 390, or if we're going to need to revert back to our 15-minute VWAP down at 330, right? Like that's kind of what we need to happen right now. Hmm. I mean, like the only thing that we can really do here is wait to see what happens into 20, like 2023. If that edge holds, then we can rotate back down to like 907 on ES, 906. But if we can make that bit like 2023 area supportive on NQ or on ES, then we have like another 16 points into like 35, 36. It's just a really awkward area to try to start initiating, looking for any like expansion right now, unless we like see these wick highs taken and then energy actually be put in to push us. So like NQ just took that wick high off the inside candle. ES still has room to 21. Hmm. I like 60s holding on NQ. Like that's good. There's clearly still a bid here, but like we're at our sell, right? So we've got this bid who's pushing price up off of the last our like large mother bar. We're holding value of this candle, but like all we were doing and the idea here was from the 60 that we were taking out this wick high and stopping these guys out as a target. But like you're just inside your 30-second opening range still. Like there's no willingness to expand above yet, which makes it a bit awkward to try to do anything, especially with what happened yesterday here. I've got it feels like almost taboo trying to look for expansion here because of how important this area was to just like it was we couldn't get through for like 90% of the day. So it feels a little awkward because I took 15 shorts here. So I'd like to see a bit more of what the reaction is as we continue to attempt here live. I can see how price is interacting um, now that I'm actually watching the tape, like in the DOM. I feel like if I didn't have that pre-perception, I'd be looking for a bit more. But I definitely have a little bit of a bias right now, so I'm gonna chill until I figure out what the hell's I want to do with that information. Hmm. Back down to our 60 here. Let's see what happens in our ORL. Again, if we don't see like pretty strong bids here, rotations down into that 30 to 40 make a lot of sense to me. Just for the reversion. I'm really not a fan of any of this. Another bid at 60. This is a great first risk off into our mid or ORM if you are playing off 60s. But we should be able to see the full rotation. RTY leading up. So many inside candles, man. Secondary risk off into 390, and then your upper target is like 421 on NQ. So like we just need to show interest over 390 or below 360 for an actual directional move. But if we can actually pop like these 390 highs and show interest above 421, seems pretty good. Well, this trade is working a lot better than I thought it would. See if this gets us anymore. Again, yes, you have to respect that 421, 423 area. Just for a potential triple top on that time frame. Because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking to take profit into that, but no. This is your full rotation from 60s again, back into our highs. We're watching to see if the bid can now look to step in and hold here. And then we'd be looking for a rotation to our ETH high up at 421. I'm long 1 from 373. I just gave back that entire trade. Just break even stop. I don't know, man. I don't really like. I do not like this area where we are. I'll probably continue to attempt it and continue to take a break-even stop. We have 40 seconds till new 15s. I hate everything about what's happening right now. Mm-mm. The issue here now is that these guys could be our catalyst for more down if the 60 guy doesn't show. That is the biggest issue here. Like to see a bit of a better reoffer, or we'll just head to like 330, 340 immediately here. I'd like to see like 60, 70 go offer very quickly here. We absorb buyers trying to get back into this. If we don't, then we're gonna have potential for these guys to then be off. And then we have two sides that we're gonna have to deal with either like a bid and then a take out of these highs, or a very clear failure here into our ledge, and then a rotation down to our reversion target at 38, which feels better to me. But I'm giving it a second to see what it actually wants to do. Mm, mm, mm. I don't think there's anything here for me. We either like show interest again above this the 70 to 80, or this will be where we absorb and then we look for the lower high. If bid can show interest above, we should be able to at least retest highs, but it's too tight of a range for me to like care about the movement. Mm, mm. Crazy. 39 seconds. How do you even have time to like type? You have to give me your username. I can see all your scores. Man, this price action sucks. This is so bad, man. What is this? So they're absorbing into 80. I need to see us show a bit of interest here. Like I can't tell you how much I hate these candles. I have not a fan.
About 8 minutes ago until we get the Canadian budget balance prior of 7.57 billion. That'll be for the month of March.
Just give me your reversion, please. Don't bid here again and then get over 70s. Like, just get me down there. Get me to this liquidity so we have something fresh to work with. Just get me out of here. Like, what are we doing? Yeah. Yeah, I want 30 really badly. I want us to show interest here below off this rejection of our OR out. Oh, how did I do that? The hell? And then I want to see us just push down into previous day value low and VWAP down here. That's what I want. And into this stacked imbalance that we've got. This is what I'm watching. This is what I want to see. But it's just like, oh, wiki. If we reject this edge here again.
It's about 5 minutes till we get the Canadian budget balance prior 7.57 billion.
Dude, I am so sick of it. See if they can flip it. I don't know, man. I hate this like broadening wicking structure. It's the worst. I would like to see some new liquidity enter the market that isn't here for me to actually want to position. It's whatever. It's so stuck here. Sandwiched between yesterday's 30-second and today's 30-second. You see what I mean? Like it's whatever.
According to EIA, US crude oil output rose to a record high in March.
There's nothing fun about this area. It's awful. Just send us down. Jesus.
Less than a minute ago now to get the Canadian budget balance data. Also, EIA says US products supplied of crude oil and petroleum products fell in March of 2025 to the
20
lowest
seconds
since
till
March of
15.
2024. Ten seconds to the data. Minus 23.88 billion, minus 23.88 billion. So again, that's minus 23.88 billion.
So, the reason why I'm so against this area is like we have zero interest above, guys. And we're seeing this just willingness to take here. Take. So either like we go and seek new liquidity lower, or we need to see like a very clear pop above for me to care. Right? So to me, like this just looks like where we're supposed to be looking for shorts for rotations back down, right? It is just incredibly choppy, but like there's just no willingness to trade
According
over
to
our
Nikkei,
opening range.
DJI skips US for new flagship drone amid tariffs and security scrutiny. So again, that's DJI, which is a Chinese tech company headquartered in Shenzhen, Guangdong. And they manufacture commercial unmanned aerial vehicles for aerial photography and videography.
I initiate trades off the 15 kiss.
We have also posted out the article on the feed as well for you to read through. So again, top Chinese drone maker DJI will not release the latest model in its flagship line in the US, a decision likely related to American tariffs on Chinese goods, as well as a clampdown on the company over security fears.
I want them to just send us down to this area. That's all I want. Hello. Huge. I want 30s and then I want 310. I'll be happy when we go lower. Or show me an actual bid over our 390. Until then, down makes more sense to me. Like, all I'm seeing is failures on our POCs, downtrends pushing into this. So we want to be looking for 40s as our first target, but we would ideally want to be going for this liquidity. But everything is just awful, and I would just I would what am I trying to say? This area is just not worth. I'm gonna get chopped up 1,000 times.
We have posted out the Canadian budget balance report for March 2025 on the Financials newsfeed for you to read through.
Like, again, like all I really see is like a very clear selling up into here, and then a bid getting absorbed, and then a push down. But like these wicks at our lows have been so punishing, looking for more on the shorter time frame, that you just have to acknowledge that until we can show that interest above this guy, like this is we are slowly grinding down, right? Like that is just has to be like your at the forefront of your thought of like, oh, this is a slow grind down in an uptrend, right off of this huge mother bar candle that we have no structure on. So it's like we have 3 pockets of liquidity potential that I like. We know that there's a potential reversion here at our 30 to 40, but we know that sell side is here because we played off of it yesterday a ton, right? So I just want to see us show interest off of this curling that we're seeing a bit lower, at least wick into it, and then show like initiative out. That's the idea. Because like if we don't show initiative out into this, like this low sucks. Like I'd rather see us like take out a bit more. But I at least think that we're reverting for new liquidity because this area is so choppy. I'd like to see a bit more, but we'll see what happens. It's Russell's flat, ES is flat.
China's U.S. embassy spokesperson says both China and the US have maintained communication over their respective concerns in the economic and trade fields on various bilateral and multilateral occasions at multiple levels.
Something else to think about that we talk about a lot is like we're holding below value high. We've rejected last period's value high. So now we have this resistance here, right, as a zone of our 2 value high areas, and we're rejecting POC, right? So where are we most likely going to head if we are below value high and POC from looking above? to me, it's like, okay, well, we're probably reverting back down to our POC shift, right? Because POC is shifted here at 70.
Also,
So
China's
heading
embassy
down to
spokesperson in the
this
US
like
says that
15
China
is
has
my overall
repeatedly raised
target.
concerns regarding US abuse of export control measures in semiconductor sector and other related practices.
Hopefully that makes sense of like why I'm so biased here and like what I'm looking for. I just risked off half my contracts here into 30. This is our view up. I think that we probably have one more leg down. I again, Kiss, I trade off the 15-minute chart. I just use
US's
the
Miller
30-second charts
says
because
the
I'm
US
watching
has
Dom.
many options to hold China accountable.
So I have the ES 15-minute chart, I have the NQ 15-minute chart, and I have the Russell 15-minute chart all up on another monitor. Our lower time frame charts are just for execution purposes.
In China, a USMC spokesperson says China urges the US to cease discriminatory restrictions and jointly uphold the consensus reached at the high-level discussions in Geneva. So White House's Deputy Chief of Staff Miller, currently speaking on CNN, adds that we won't allow China to take manufacturing capacity from the US.
I still have one more here. I don't like how much we're bidding. I don't think this will last the full day. But again, like I am just watching, can we maintain below our POC shift and our halfway back? Can we continue to just rotate down and then go for this look down, right? Um, every move down, we look back up and then we make a new low. We look back up and then we make a new low, right? So like nothing has changed with our overall idea. It just feels like a mess being in the trade. So, but I think once we break here, I think it will be better. We have 15 seconds until new 15-minute candles. I don't know. We'll see.
Just seeing here, $22 million US 10-year options trade targets bond market rally. Big trade seen in US 10-year options stands to benefit from a bond market rally from current levels. The trade is close to at the money, costing a high premium of around $22 million for the single position. Miller says that China should seek the path of cooperation.
Again, like we're just making lower lows. We're just doing little volatile pops up off of them, but like there's been no change in anything that we're looking for. We are at target at 30s. I'd like to see the rotation down to value low on NQ into our 310, 320. But you should be either moving your stop down or just holding a runner for that value low at this point. We've rejected value high. We've rejected POC. There's only one place for us to go. So this is our liquidity. We'll see if they tap it and we can pop off of it, or if we're just headed down to our value low off of the failure at POC. Again, PVZ, we are below our value. We are below our POC. We are below our day open. We are below our 30-second opening range. We are heading down into this lower node. We are seeing a downtrend on our POCs on our footprint. Like, it's just painful, but it is happening. We have this liquidity pocket at 310, 320 that I want to see how we play around. I think it could be supportive here into our value low. So I think it's a good risk off, which I am doing. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do from here. So I'm done. We'll see what happens from here, but I'm closed. If we show interest below value, we maybe have another 40 points that I'll play. But this 310, 320 is of interest to me. It's our value edge. I was just playing our value profile, our volume profile trade of rejecting value highs, but then rejecting POC, heading back down to our value low off of that failure. Like, this is what that looked like for me. Again, it's just like nothing is shifted on the higher time frame. We're still within our structure, and so like I'm expecting a structure trade even with volatility. My mic is cutting out. That's weird. I don't know what to do about that. Nothing's shifted. I'm back. I literally didn't do anything. All right, and let me show you what I see on footprint of why this 310, 320, other than just it being value low and that trade, but like on footprint itself, what we're seeing. This is what that looks like. We're looking at this fire that was here at 60, as where bids needed to hold. And we were looking at this 310, 320 liquidity that was here. And we're watching to see how we play in this distribution, right? We have two very clear distributions that I'm looking at. And I want to see if this buyer is going to be able to hold this here on this lookup that we had, or if we're going to do a full retrace of our mother bar, right? This large candle here that we're trading inside. So I cared about this 60 guy, and I cared about this 310 guy. So as soon as we lose that and this 60 becomes like we start to actually sell, we're just looking for access into these highs, and then we're just looking for the downtrend to persist, close below POC, rotate back down. But this is why this was our target here, is into 310, 320. It's value low on our daily, as well as where this liquidity was in our POC shift, right? The POC shift play is one of the easier ones that you can look for without really needing a ton of extra info. So this POC is this dotted line. We can see it shifting between our PVZ value 1, our period 1, and period 2. We see that that's POC here and here. This is our daily profile and our dynamic POC, right? So this is our developing POC. So this is where POC is shifted from our morning to our afternoon. So if our POC shifts and we're unable to hold above it as supportive, I'm going to be looking at that level as where sell side is now heavily above, right? So it's our resistance, and we should be reverting back down to where value was found last, which is down here. So when I see this kind of stuff play out, I'm watching for this to either, when we see POC shift, we want to be aware of where that shift was, like where it was before the shift, and where it is now, and where price is in relation to it. And then we're just watching that curl over that we talked about off of these failures, these highs. Hopefully that makes sense. And again, this is like a very clear PVZ play. It might be a bit choppy, but like the overall idea has not been invalidated. And it's why that stuff works. Can it be frustrating? Yeah, especially if you have like a 2-tick stop for no reason and you're not just playing your actual mechanical setup. But other than that, we are getting our bid off of our 310, 320. We are fully exited out of our short into the low. And now we'll watch to see how we interact as we push back up into these highs.
Trump media closes Bitcoin treasury deal.
Is my audio bad on YouTube and Discord? I mean, I don't really know what to do. Is it just Discord? YouTube is fine. All right, well, let me reload Discord. I'm on Discord Canary, not regular Discord, so it might be the beta version that's awful. Give me a second. Close out of this. All right, is this better or what? What's the deal, boys? Can you hear a difference for my Discord folks? All right. Yeah, when I start up my computer, I have two instances of Discord that open: the Discord Canary, the beta, and then regular
U.S.
Discord. And I closed the
administration,
wrong one
according
this
to
morning.
officials, said the U.S. administration aims to exceed Trump's first-term weapons sales to Taiwan.
All right, well, this is a huge pushback up from Target. This is POC again, so we'll see if our offers here. This is where I took. Oh, okay. There we go. Hello, test. We good? This is where I shorted last. There's not a ton here. We got our full
Japan's
rotation.
government says
Back to POC off
economic
the hold the
minister
value low.
Akazawa met with U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent and Commerce Secretary Lutnick for 130 minutes. So, a reminder: today they were due to have their meetings today in the U.S.
Do we see how reactive that liquidity was?
It also concludes comments from Miller as well on CNN.
So let's see what we can do with it on this attempt. Again, this is what we were watching for on the downside move. Just shorting this POC rejection. Then rotating down.
Japan's government says Japan's economy minister Akazawa strongly requested that the U.S. rethink its tariff measures.
With new liquidity, I'm hoping that we can push over our highs. We know that value high is sitting at 390. We would like to see this go supportive and then do something like this for this push up into our ETH high. But like we need to show interest above here. Like this has to happen or this idea is moot. Sorry. Like this has just been our rejection point. So like, is there any desire to trade up here? No, right? Like everything so far has just been reject this and then push down. So why are we looking for more until if there's no one there to bid, right? So just keep that in mind that we need to see that interest over our value edge for expansion, or we will remain within our value. Our value is from 315 to 390. We are trying to recover POC now as supportive. I need to turn on streamer mode. I cannot stand it when I hear people leaving and joining. Actually, nothing more tilting. Streamer. There we go. You're the only one that's ever said that the news guy is loud. Everyone else says he's quiet. So I don't know what to say. I can turn it down if people want me to, but usually it's I can't hear it.
Miller, speaking again, says China didn't fulfill obligations made to the U.S. So unsure where he's speaking at the moment, but we'll probably get an update soon.
There's not a ton here for ES enjoyers. This trading is pretty bad for ES
Miller
guys.
says Greer and London will provide details on China.
Pretty unplayable in my opinion. You're just trading your POC from PVZ as resistance right now. You have no real long expansion idea until we can get over this.
Japan government say they confirmed progress with the US in trade discussions.
You're watching to see how we interact here into our halfway back in VWAP, into our 30-second opening range low right here, into like 906. But it looks pretty terrible. It's just not something that I would be willing to trade with this price action, personally. Here's another rejection and short off of our 30-second opening range high and full rotation of our range. I'm not in this. There's no like it's always going to be a short when we get up there until we show interest above. Like I can't reiterate that enough that there is zero
Japan
interest
government
above.
says they agreed to accelerate trade discussions and hold discussions again before the G7 summit. Remember, that's in mid-June.
Like it's the same seller that we were playing off of yesterday. So if you continue to try to take longs up there, you've kind of lost the plot.
Miller says Trump's hope is that China will choose the path of cooperation and common ground. So Miller speaking to reporters now.
Do you guys need me to turn on the news bot for YouTube, or is it okay?
Japan government says US and Japan have deepened understanding of each other's positions, and we have made progress towards a trade deal.
If we start to offer below 310, 320, and this flips, 265-ish is target for me. Just this liquidity below. So I'd be watching for something like this, where this then goes offer, and then we step down, and then we look for that rotation into this liquidity. Just keep an eye on your 300 flat, 290 area. See if we find a small bounce, and then if like 310, 320 goes offer, if it does and it sticks, we should be able to continue going down, retest our lows. Until then, though, this is where the bid is at this 310, 320. Just, again, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. It's just like, it feels really bad if you're not in from higher because of how springy the action is in the downtrend. Yeah, I really try not to speak at the same time, unless it's like incredibly important that I say something at that specific moment. I'll turn it down a little bit. And then we can go from there until someone complains that it's too quiet. All right, so here's our test. To me, what I would want to see here is it's very reactive, right? But we want to see how we interact here, if we offer and hold, and then if we can push down into this lower liquidity. This is basically what I just talked about, right? This 290, 300, we want to see if this is reactive, if our 310, 320, where we took our initial profit from our short from the highs, is now going to hold offer. So I'd expect this move to happen. It makes sense to me. But if sell side actually just sweeps through, our lower target is this to like 265 area. Let's see how the offer reacts here. Our most bearish sell would be an offer at 300 without needing to rotate higher. So this is where we look for our most bearish seller. But we're just watching our value low edge as resistance on the daily profile right? Acceptance below is what we're watching for. Looking in now, need to watch for that lower high after an initial reaction if we see one here. If sell side serious, this is where I'd want them to be attempting. Yes, also testing our value edge as well. Buyers are trying their hardest from our liquidity pocket at 290, 300. So it's a matter of, is this liquidity going to be enough from this from our mother bar sweep that we saw, right? That's created this stacked imbalance on our deltas. Are we going to be able to recover and bid back through and head towards POC, right? Giving you a 370 target? Or is our offer going to stick on this value edge, and are we going to see a shift of our auction at all? Right, that's the test right now. Is, does this become supportive again, or is the offer able to shift from what our value low was was supportive? Is it now resistance? Right? Is the bid now the offer, or are we going to be able to dip into this liquidity, trap sellers into these lows where we had known demand, and are we then going to be able to bid off of it, holding this as supportive for rotations back up to POC, maintaining our daily value?
And White House Deputy Chief of Staff Miller ends remarks.
We have 40 seconds till move 15s, so we should get a decision then. But we are still trading below POC of this current candle. And we are holding our value edges resistance on both ES and NQ.
So just further detail in regards to Trump media closed its previously announced about $2.44 billion Bitcoin treasury deal with about 50 institutional investors. The deal includes offering of 55.9 million shares priced at $25.72 a share for gross proceeds of about $1.44 billion.
We
The
need
company used
a break
companies to
below our
use net
lows at
proceeds of
290, 300, or
$2.32
this will be our
billion
higher low.
to create a Bitcoin treasury and for other general corporate purposes and working capital.
I know I talked over. We need to break lows here. This is a higher low potentially, and then a look over. So, like, is this trade profitable? Yes. Is it the move that we want as of yet? No. Right? We want to see sell side show interest below and not just continue to absorb sellers here into these lows at 290, 300. It is incredibly important. I'm taking off one into our wick low here in NQ, leaving a runner to let this try to play that rotation to our next area of demand below. And again, it's the same thing on ES. These are just, all that I've done today are just volume profile trades, right? We rejected our value high. This is shifted, so it's a bit hard to see. Our value high, and then we shifted and pushed below POC, and then we played it down to our value low. Now we are from this rejection into our value low, right? Our bid and then push back. We have now shifted where sell side is now trying to make these buyers sellers, right? So on a look below value and retest, we are looking for sellers to try to defend this edge. We are rotating down into that. If we can regain acceptance above, we can look for that rotation back up to POC and then value high. But we have to treat this edge as where sell side is trying to shift that value. If we look back above and we see a decent low here on footprint where we're absorbing well, right, then we have a potential catalyst for that rotation back up because sellers have failed to shift value at the lows. Which is why I've risked off one into our low. And now we're just waiting to see what happens here. Same thing on ES. Value rejected. We're now rotating back up into these highs. We're watching to see if we can regain it. If we can, we are most likely rotating up to 906, 910, that area. My target would be 910. Or sorry, 910. Failure to take out lows. We're trying to recover our 310, 320 now. Should be able to at least go up to reversion into 40s, and then secondary target would be 65s if we can build here. I'd expect we see a retest of this edge to verify its validity, right? And we don't just do a look above and then a look below. So watch to see if we can find a bid here where buyers were on the last attempt. Can this flip, right? We're watching to see if this is valid. That's it. So don't think that you have to buy these highs. We will always look for pullbacks into our value edge and look to see if that is playable. Just be patient. Why would a platform have any dependency on volume profile? The same.
According to AWS chief, Amazon Cloud AI sells multiple billions a year.
There's your bid. Watch your highs again. See if offer sits here. Always take off one into your highs of your most recent. TradingView is just a charting platform. Our actual brokerage that we're trading off of is Trade-of-8. I'm at 2 here into 35.40. We can make that supportive. Should be able to look for 65. Is it true if more people use tools like volume profile and footprint that retail traders, the strategies would work less effectively and become saturated? No, I don't think so. If anything, they probably work better. The only reason like 90% of indicators work is because other people are using them. But volume profile and footprint, as well as like TPO, I think are much better tools than say something like RSI, MACD, right? Like those like only really work, you know, quote unquote, because other people are using those systems as well. But I think looking at volume and time is giving you a much broader picture of where people are willing to buy and sell, giving you an understanding of where you should also be looking for value, right? Like it's not a trade signal, it's an understanding of how value is shifting on the day based off of like, because you have to remember like not everyone is a day trader in this market. And so like if your idea is that if you're trading a volume profile and that someone's out to get you and there aren't higher time frame traders who are accumulating positions, right, and averaging into positions at levels, I feel like you've kind of lost the plot, right? Like we are playing around higher time frame traders who are accumulating positions inside value, right? They are adding to positions over time, creating an average. We are scalping around said traders who are both buying and selling, right? So I don't really believe like is there probably are there algos that try to take advantage of some areas? Sure, but like when you're dealing with like straight volume, like we're trading off of 70% of the volume on the day. Trying to manipulate off of 70% of the volume on the day just seems uh, crazy to me. Like that sounds like a really bad strategy. Most funds are trying to get the best average overall, right, for the higher time frame, not trying to stop out your one lot. Do I think that like price PA based analysis where you're like looking for wedges or you're looking for like ascending triangles and stuff like that is manipulated? Yeah, definitely. I think people who look for stuff like that, there are definitely traders who are trying to fade those people. But like volume profile and TPO, I don't think so. Like sometimes it doesn't work, but I don't think that there are any strategies that are actively trying to fade a average volume. Sounds like a really bad strategy. I mean, that's like billions
AWS
upon
chief
billions
says
of dollars that
AWS
you're
is
trying to fade.
continuing to expand global cloud capacity aggressively.
Just doesn't seem like that's the strategy that would work out the best. Like it's really like, do you accept that the market is an auction and is always seeking uh, a fair price, or do you think that the market is heavily manipulated and is always out to get you and that it's untradeable, right? Like it's just like it's how your like entire ethos is built off of. Because if like you think that the market is an auction and that there's value of buyers and sellers and there's an average price inside of that balance between people who are willing to sell at a price and buy at a price, then there should always be a reasonable trade where you're able to buy where people think that there's a discount, right? And sell where people think is more expensive, right? That's the whole thing. Price is just an advertisement for where people are willing to buy and sell. And so, like, I don't see how a volume profile would never not be relevant because all that is showing you is where people have found value within the auction, right? So if it's, I don't think it can be oversaturated. That just means that the market is more liquid and the volume profile will adapt to that liquidity, right? Like it's not something that can be, the levels themselves can't be manipulated. Yeah, like you build strategies around TPO and like your volume profile, but like someone just said in chat, like it's not a strategy. It's a way of looking at the market, perceiving the market with that idea that I just talked about, which is the market's an auction, right? The market is looking for a fair price, and we're watching to see where those higher time frame participants are finding value. So it's really just like how you go into it, perceiving it, and then it's like what are you trying to take away from it, right? Like if our idea is that like I am an ant in the overall scheme of thing. I do not move the market. My my job is to take crumbs from those who are larger traders, and I want to be trading around the value of them buying and selling and creating their average price. Right, I'm playing the rotations in their what these larger participants are considering a fair market. Right, they're just bouncing price up and down, rotating it, getting that fresh liquidity, averaging into their position. I'm able to capture those moves because I'm small enough where I can take advantage of their larger liquidity, right? They act as basically my market maker, filling my orders. But like, is if that's your strategy, then volume profile is an amazing tool, right? Because it's showing you exactly where that value is being perceived. Same with footprint; it's an amazing tool because it's showing you where these orders are taking place. And you can then trade around those areas. But if you're trying to be predictive, right, where you're looking for a higher time frame target and you're using something like Elliott wave or ICT and you're looking for specific targets that are outside of the perceived value on the day, right, where we haven't shown any known buyers or sellers and you're not playing with real people, then you're projecting a target. That's when I think you've kind of lost the plot because you personally have no say in where the market is going. Your size set has no say in where the market is going. And so to try to push that idea and take a trade off of it, to me, is uh, you're just gambling. I don't know. Like if like what's your edge? I don't get it. Like I play around real buyers and real sellers, and I am taking advantage of that auction, right? I'm not looking for some hypothetical target. I know my risk. I know when I'm wrong, right? I know when I'm right. And I am watching these participants in real time. I don't know how, I don't really understand how people trade not based off of that. It doesn't make sense to me in my head. I'm sure there are people that are successful doing it, but I just don't see the edge. Sorry, it was a much longer winded answer than you probably wanted. But yeah, no, I don't think that TPO and VPO would have would have any problems with more people using them, because again, it's an average. Like TPO is showing you time-based opportunity, and volume profile is showing you volume-based opportunity, right? I was talking and I haven't been trading. Let's see what we've got going on here. So we rejected previous day value low, and our VWAP on NQ. We're rotating back down below our value edge here on our daily profile. I'm not a fan of this candle structure, right? We're still in our inside candle from our sell. We couldn't even get to these wick highs. Not the greatest 3-bar I've ever seen, but a potential 3-bar on the 15-minute, which is telling us that there's might be one more leg down into our like 50, 65 target if we break these lows. So it's something to definitely watch. We'll see what happens and if we can find an opportunity to get in. Yes, just coming back down to our value low edge. What's up, Julian? I agree with everything you're saying, but sometimes it is info overload. I used to trade with everything you have on your chart, but I don't anymore. My charts are way cleaner, and the cleaner my chart is, the better I trade. Yeah, sure. I mean, if you find that things are too noisy, then you should definitely remove them. If you don't use them, then they shouldn't be on your chart. I completely agree with you. People are different. People are taking in different information. People have different trading strategies. Do what works for you. If you're profitable, then don't change. Be consistent. What you shouldn't do is change your indicators and change your strategy every time you have a bad day, where you're never going to be better. Continue using something, build out strategies, build out a playbook that works for you. Have ideas and setups based off of those indicators, those price action periods, right? Build out your edge and then continue to refine it. If you have a bad day and you immediately delete your indicators and you delete all your levels off your chart, and then you try to reevaluate without doing a trade review, right? And you just delete all your indicators and blame them and not you who actually executed, I don't think you're ever going to succeed as a trader. Because you're not doing the real work. You're trying to find another scapegoat of what's going to make me money instantly without me having to actually look at the issues that and work on the things that drove me to lose money on the day. Right? It's a scapegoat for not having to go and look at your trades that you failed on the day. But yeah, just have on screen what you think is viable. Everything else should be immediately removed, and then you should then create out scenarios and write them down and take screenshots and review your trades until you've built out.
So just another confirmation then from the Chinese embassy in the US that they urged the US to uphold Geneva consensus. So we already had headlines earlier on, but just a reiteration now from the Chinese embassy as a whole.
There's really not much to look for here until we show interest below 290. There just really is not. This liquidity is still just providing. We're still eating them up. We're still just reverting to our 15-minute VWAP. Not a ton here. Basically, bid is absorbing into the lows, and we're just rotating and doing a reversion trade back to our VWAP while someone either builds out their position here at VWAP or is figure it out once we push away from this area actively. But right now, it just looks like that someone's building out a position. Which way that goes, unsure. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to stay in 30 to 40, as long as that stays offer, it's not looking hot for bulls. Right, previous day value low at 340, 330 area with VWAP also as resistance right now is pretty telling. But if like we can flip that, that's when you have to start worrying about your short position. I feel like we could definitely still just trap above and then look back below. Right, do something like this into 50 and then come back through, but I'm not seeing anything yet that I want to be playing off of on either side. Like I still think that this is a fine trade where we look below our value edge and then look back above and then try to play off this 10 to 20 for rotations up into 40 for 20 points and then a potential expansion. I think this seems like a very obvious trade to me, which has a set amount of risk that you can play around. But like you shouldn't be expecting more until we show interest above our VWAP here, because this is just a larger sell, right? So your risk is pretty tight where you have, it's a 2 to 1. You have 20 points of upside for 10 points of risk. Which isn't terrible, but like it's not also the greatest trade in the world. But that being said, like it has a very strong secondary target for 10 points of risk, right? Because like if you're just longing the failure to hold value low as resistance, and this is your first target into previous day value low and our VWAP here at like 30, 39, 40 area, your secondary target is just going to be into our opening range low and POC, right? And that gives you a nice little 30 more points to play for a runner, which is, it's not bad, right? But it's just pretty choppy right now. Gotta respect this VWAP, previous day value low, is where that offer is. If we can do the same thing like we just did on our current value low, which is this look below and then the bid and hold, right? Look below and then the bid and hold. That'll be a great sign that we want to go for that target where we start to show that acceptance for that secondary leg. tweet if I've ever seen one.
Fitch Rating says US prime credit card performance is weakening amid economic uncertainty.
I mean, you still might get it, dude. Like nothing is validated that this is like the low as of yet. Like, is this a short term pause, right? Yeah, but at no point have we been like, oh yeah, we want to go higher now, right? Like, there's been no advertisement for it. Like, it is definitely a lull in the market, but nothing yet has shown us that we want to go up. No break of downtrend on the higher time frame, no push above known absorption, still holding VWAP, POC is resistance, right? Like, all we're doing is just trying to reclaim value low. Still below our 30-second opening range, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, does it suck that the market kind of paused here for a bit longer than we wanted? Yeah, but like technically trend hasn't changed. These candles suck. This price action sucks, but that push lower could still potentially happen. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you're done. Yeah, it's very choppy. I'm much more I like the I'm fine with like a slow grind up because that's more of a normal state for the market, but the slow grind down just always feels like I'm walking on eggshells. I'm not a huge fan of that market type. New 15s have opened, trying to hold our value edge here at 20s. Uh, not really much to talk about. Really not much. It's like, can we build here from 10 to 20, or is this going to flip off her again? 35 is where view up sits. Like, it's, can we push from here? Ideally, yes, is the answer. If we want this trade to work, right? And then we can start to look up that rotation to 65 for the secondary target. But like, this is the range that we live in right now. Mhm. Yeah, I understood what you meant. You're good. Surely, because the morning was slow, the afternoon will be good for Mario, right? Surely. Another failure at our VWAP and previous day value low. Failure to hold our value edge. Yeah, not much here. Downtrend is persisting on the higher time frame. Big doubt. Unlucky. This is our next little area of liquidity that we've got here, little pocket into like 65, 75. Man, it would be great if we took out lows. I think this is I mean, this makes sense. What is this? This is just a reversion zone from period 1. There's really not much here.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says the US also shouldn't allow for much SALT deductions. So saying the US should absolutely be taxing carried interest. JP Morgan CEO Diamond currently speaking at the Reagan National Economic Forum.
A little bit off our demand. Yeah, it's a good trade. It's not bad. I mean, you've got at least a area that's pretty solid for invalidation there. Right, like you're just playing like a basically like a fair value gap is what that looks like to me. Right? If you're looking at it from that term. You're playing in the direction of the sell, which I think is a better way to look at it, which is like you're playing in the direction of the sweep and then using the sweep as your stop, right? Where it's like it can fill and then looking for that rotation back down. But to be honest, Kwelsky, like I think ES is doing something it's literally the short trade that I took on NQ, which is just a complete failure to get over our 30-second opening range, and it is just holding it as resistance. And that's like all you really need to know about the day is like, why are we looking for longs if we're still below our opening 30 seconds, right? Like I just don't see the opportunity for looking for any sort of expansion. So like if that continues to just hold offer, especially after this initial sell and the pop down, and then we're just holding that sweep is our offer. And like, what was this previous day value low as well? So it's like literally day open and previous day value low that we're basically just holding as offer. It's like, what are we looking for longs? You know what I mean? Okay, gotcha. That's what I said for most of this morning, where it's like, why would a long make sense? Like it just doesn't. This is literally where we found our seller yesterday at 395 to 410, right? Like it's the same thing. Like it's incredibly hard to be bullish when we're continuing to just see like the opening liquidity that stepped into the market for rebalancing shows zero interest above. Because like who's gonna move the market if they have no interest? Not me. I'm not moving the market. There's a very good value rejection on ES that just happened. See if we can find something in this. I mean, I think ETH lows seems very obvious, taking out overnight lows, but how do we get into this is the question. Not really seeing anyone I want to be playing off of.
JP Morgan CEO Diamond says you're going to see a crack in the bond market.
I'm just waiting for an opportunity here. Need to see like a clear offer. I'm thinking maybe this 60 to 70 could do it, but it's so hard to want to take a short with Russell at VWAP. I'm giving this a minute. I want to see what happens with Russell here. I don't want to be too premature. Just because I didn't play this leg down. I don't want to FOMO now. Getting a little heavy down here at 45s. Bid trying to step in now at 54 after taking in at 45. I think offer's still sitting into like 65, 70, so I'm still watching that to see if that'll be reactionary. And then we're going to need to get below that 45 for confirmation. And it's 47, not 45, sorry. It's just eyeballing it. 47. So your sweep through off of the push into 60s and offer. Now rotating down into target at 226. That is your overnight low taken. About damn time that they took this.
US stocks extend fall, Nasdaq down 1%.
I like 175 next target. We'll see. Spin to ADR. We can hold ETH low. Should be able to come into that. This should be where you're starting to potentially risk off on ES positions as we come into ETH low. If it can start to show interest below that, though, I'm very bearish for the rest of the
US
session.
plans wider China tech sanctions with subsidiary crackdown. Again, it's people familiar with the matter
Watch for
describe
retest.
bid to target subsidiaries and rule would cover subsidiaries of Chinese firms under US curbs, seeing downside movement on the S&P 500.
That's straight to our secondary target here into ADR. Liquidity is dried up. Give it a minute. This is our push. We want to watch now to see where this settles. If you're already in a position, I don't think it's a terrible to hold a runner if you're in for much higher. But if you're not, you want to wait. Your fill is going to be atrocious with the lack of liquidity on the board. We have 20 seconds.
Seeing the Nasdaq 100 extending decline at to 1% now. So S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 falling to session lows.
Ten seconds.
So now Trump currently speaking here on Truth Social, criticizing CBO growth projection in Truth Social post.
Yeah, but like, it's like what I was ranting about earlier today when people were asking me for upside targets. It's like nothing has shown any validity for it, right? So you just kind of have to hold because like we're not showing any interest higher, and so like we're going to shift down, right? Like it's either sideways or down, and like we've continued to just see lower lows the entire time in every rotation, and so like you have to just kind of accept it. I know it sucks, but like hold your position and just let it happen. We have, this is almost to our gap, right? Yeah, this is in our gap on ES, right? Gap goes down to what, 43.75? Yo, later, Kolsky. Great job.
This is further detail into this then. The Trump administration plans to broaden restrictions on China's tech sector with new regulations to capture subsidiaries of companies under US curbs. Officials are drafting a rule that would impose US government licensing requirements on transactions with companies that are majority owned by already sanctioned firms, according to people familiar with the matter. So some of China's biggest semiconductor design and fabrication firms are subject to US sanctions via the so-called entity list, from Huawei Tech to Yangst Memory Technology, as part of a far-reaching US campaign to rein in geopolitical rivals' technological ascent. The goal of the new policy is to prevent workarounds to the curves via the creation of new subsidiaries, a trend that produced what some US policymakers describe as a whack-a-mole problem.
Whack-a-mole problem. Higher time frame target Sparrow is 017 on NQ. Short-term time frames targets are 90 and then 67 for NQ.
Also, just seeing a further decline then from US crude futures, falling more than $1 a barrel now on a possible OPEC plus output hike from the news earlier on in the day.
Target. This is your like lower time or your bigger move down. This is full gap fill on full gap fill.
Hello, everybody.
Yo,
What is up?
the movement finally, right when you got
Yep.
on. Huge.
Yeah, I'm here to ruin it.
Thanks. Love that.
It's the least I can do, you know.
Love that for us.
It used to be Surf, and now it's me. What are you gonna do?
Also, JP Morgan CEO Diamond says the Fed is right to wait now.
I'm watching for offer into 40. It's like 20 to 40 area. We want to see if sell side will sit here after our hold at 90. Back to our 90, off our hold at 20. No real change here. Need to break lows or anything more.
Russell 2000 index now down about 1.1%.
Ooh, Microsoft off that low is crazy.
Watch to see if 20 can go bid here on retest, or if we offer it again on this look into 40 and fail. Watching to see if we get another higher low or not. Recovery of where these sellers were previously, and is this now bid? RTY trying to recover our value edge here. Testing ETH low. POC has shifted as well. Big pivot. Offer tempting to step down. Not enough information yet. We want to see sell side really try to sweep through this 20. Now holding it. I don't have enough information. 40 is still very clear, but I need to see a bit more in footprint for me, personally. I'm guessing we have to wait for Russell to find its local high. I think watching our ETH low to like 76 to 80 as offer on ES should be a good helpful area to let us know if we're gonna pop back up above our Globex low or not. If I can hold offer, I'm not mad about this for another leg down. We're seeing bid really trying to step up here at 150. So far getting absorbed, but on NQ, I really need to see us back over like 180 for me to care about this low on NQ. You can try. No, it's way too large of a stop. Like, I'm trying to think of like what your inval would even be. Like, there's definitely someone trying here at 150, but there's not a great stop location that isn't 40 points.
Just keeping an eye on the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, down 3.4%.
Offer trying to sweep through this 150 guy, make sure he's off sides on retest. See what happens. Yes, very nice rejection
here.
of ETH low into that high. I'd like to see NQ be able to get below 120 and show interest. If we were going to keep going down short term. 120 is where you expect your bid to be. And then we retest 150. And if offer sticks there, then we keep going down. $40 till new 15s.
So that concludes comments from JP Morgan CEO Diamond. He did make comments at the Reagan Forum.
$10. What's up, Sauce? $150 is POC of previous candle. We'll be watching to see if an offer can stick here off of our bounce at 120. All I really see. Got this value here in the low, so I'm just playing this as a value area where like we either need to like show this as supportive above this 150 160 or we look below this
Seeing US
like
Treasury
117
yields extend
120.
fall, tracking stocks. 2-year yield last down about 3.3
And
basis
then we
points
lead
at
you
about
down.
3.904%. US Treasury 10-year yields also falling further, down about 2 basis points at about 4.404%.
Testing into this low here again. It's our value low of last candle. Bid's got to be pretty clear here. We're gonna hold.
Seeing the Dow moving lower, last down about 0.6%.
And we need to get over that 150 160 for that upside move. If we're gonna hold here. I'm watching this as we have a bid here from where the seller was to our buyer. You can see them. We're now watching to see if this offer is going to put in a lower high, right? In that action, and then shove this down, so sweeping below for that downside move. Bids really want to see us step up and then take out these highs and show an active, want to be really active above that rotation through. And then as soon as we start to see that validity of over 180, I feel like we can then start to trade back up to our ETH low. But if sell side is able to actually push this down from this, I'm just going to be looking for us to take these out. So you can see them trying. Let's see what they do here. I think this might be a better visual I'm talking about. I've got a like a PT looking for 98 below if we're going to do it. We'll see. Stop, all set, break even at 40. I just want to see how we interact into this value low. If we're going to continue to reject here at this value high to POC, sell side should be able to sweep through that. And then I don't know what happens here. I want to be prepared. So I've got my limit at 98 instead of 90, just in case, so I can get filled. And then I'll have one runner. We can get this pop down. Got filled there. One runner left. Just clean this up a bit. Move this over. Still potentially in play.
So seeing US Treasury yields extend fall, tracking stocks 2-year yield last down about 3.3 base points at about 3.904%. It's a reminder, in about 9 months' time, we're expecting the Baker Hughes data for the week of May 30th, with the total rig count prior 566 and oil rig count prior 465.
I'm debating if I leave this open. It's very profitable already.
This ES test here into the 50-60 is going to be very telling. If we get a similar reaction, or the buyers are kind of passive here, and then
Yeah,
they seek through.
this was our. That being said, ETH low rejection, like we talked about. We've got bearish under here written, right? This is your first target here into 58s. It has to be just into this low, just like NQ has to be your target. And if we can take this out, full gap fill on ES is down to 43.75. So that to me is like the only thing that I see. I don't know if you have anything, Mario.
Under this, no. I mean, like, there's an imbalance fill, but once we get under here, it's like into 20s basically on ES.
Yeah.
You have last Friday's high is 45, but with the Globex structure at 37. But I'd like to see like to trade through last Friday's kind of like upper node structure back through. So that's what I wrote in the intraday. Like, really, there's nothing here until like the low. Like, but I don't expect another 100 points today unless some crazy happens. But like ES taking another 50, 60 is not super unquestionable, honestly.
We had some pretty solid previous levels here on NQ. I just don't know how effective they're going to be if we're selling. Like the 70 to 60 was a good level when we played this last. I remember for like short term. I'm going to actually not mark these with, I'm just going to block them. The 70 to 60 is good. Mark them as like gray. 70 to 60. And we had what, 40 to 30 was also pretty solid if I remember. When we were watching to see if anything happens to those. And we had 010 to 100. Which would just come down to my target. So actually, I do that.
Five minutes ago until we're expecting the Baker Hughes total recount data prior 566, oil recount prior 465. So a reminder, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump and Musk are due to speak. The live video from The Hill on YouTube is linked on the name on the calendar on the left-hand side. If you click it, it will open up to it.
I'm just playing off of that, just to give context for the footprint of why we were looking at that offer there, and then they'll push down. And then of course PT into our lows into 90, and now it's just about trying to leave a runner for this to play if it's going to get any more.
I am going to change the link to the AP one. The AP Associated Press videos are usually faster. I'll put that one out.
I don't know why it's doing that, dude. I don't know. Is it Discord or YouTube that it's quieter?
I think you sound fine.
I don't know. People keep telling me everything.
If you guys think that your volume is being weird, make sure that you updated Discord. Make sure there's not the green arrow in the top of your Discord. Because I think you sound fine. No, I understand the sound, but make sure that you have the updated. There's a Discord update. Sometimes weird things can happen with the audio, or just any of the voice channels are streaming. You should be okay then. I just know that I've had issues in the past from that. Even. That's how I know.
This can trade up to 130 here and still be bearish. It's a hard area to file anything short term because we're basically looking for this 90 to 100 to stay offer for another leg down. But if like the bid is able to hold here, we just go back up to the value high of this little range, right? Like that's the entire trade idea here is like, is this going to remain offer, right? Or does it go supportive? Remember, like we're just playing off of this low. So right now we're trying to see if we can basically shift value from these lows, take these guys out, eat up all that liquidity, and then rotate down. But even a full rotation back into this is still looking for the same thing. So it's a hard area to try to gauge because we know there's a bid here. And like it's not particularly good. Like with the volatility, it makes sense to try to do this where you're looking for basically this, and then your downside target is here. So like in that sense, the risk to reward looks really great. But it's a pretty wide stop for a lot of you. That's why I was this made a lot more sense to me on this test. For that secondary move down and then the push to 90 and then hold a runner, right? Like that, this to me made more sense because it's just our failure here at our value edge and then POC holding and then the rotation through. Now you're in this trying to figure out what we want to do here in this lower node,
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes recount data now.
which is a little awkward because of how much the range in which we're moving. 10 seconds till news and new 15s. Holding POC of
US
previous
Senator
candle here at
Graham,
90.
speaking in Kiev, says US needs to give Ukraine more military support. And I expect Senate to start moving sanctions bill next week. And Graham is to visit Germany and France to discuss sanctions and oil. Baker Hughes total recount 563.
How's the newsbot volume for you, Mohammed? Is it okay? Is it too loud still compared to everything else? All right, cool. So everything sounds all right. That's good to know. Appreciate you.
Oil recount 461.
Let's see what these guys do here again into our offer into 121.30. We held our low bid at 90 POC of previous candle. That looks fine. Bid needs to flip this. My stop still break even at 140. Nothing really to write home about. Maybe I get stopped out. It'll be
So you had
okay.
comments from US Senator Blumenthal saying the US needs to give Ukraine more military support.
I really want to see 20 to 30 hold offer here, and then we rotate below 90. That's the idea, is that this doesn't matter as long as that area above is holding and we're shifting value. But if you're playing off of 20 to 30, right, like your first risk off has to be 90 until we can actually show that look below and hold. I think that look below and hold would look something like this, right? Like, okay, we curl over, offer holds, we rotate down, bid happens, then we step down. Probably looks more like that, a little bit more violent. So that's your sell side, where there might be another opportunity here from a look into this, but yeah, I don't know. We got to get below 90. Bid very clearly there. If this pops, then it's just going to be this upside rotation into our 160 again.
Also, Senator Graham says he spoke with Trump before the visit and said that Trump expects concrete actions from Russia now.
This is Russell into POC. ES is a bit more room in its range. Held our low at 58. ETH low above is at 76.50. We are battling for our 30 on NQ. If we look back below 120, I think that the 30 trade might still be viable. We'll see.
TSMC is said to be building an advanced chip plant in the UAE. TSMC had discussed UAE chip plant with Trump officials. This is according to people familiar with the matter describe
You really want
TSMC
this to hold
deliberations on
motivation?
UAE.
Just look above. We really want to see this be supportive now. Wait a minute. Whatever comes first, like 155 or ES back into these highs should be your first PT for risking off if you're playing along off this 20 to 30 or the hold of 90. Again, like it's really hard for me to think that there's anything more than this other than just like a sell reloading here. We pop back up. I'm just not seeing enough with the lows yet. This is POC of our sell side candle. Again, I think that this area here into 55 to 60 is a great first risk off just to see if this is going to offer again, or just move stops up if you don't have the ability to take off some. And if we can recover this, I think we have another 30 to 40 points of us into like
Same
190.
structure on ES in this edge.
Yeah.
Should look like back into daily value through yesterday's low. There's a lot of higher time frame confluence here on ES as well, with the 80s as well.
This is a good look over. Not a ton of tests here. We'd like to see this now called supportive. Like 150, 160 for that rotation up to 190. Russell still leading up. No loss of momentum. We'll be watching VWAP, I think, for our target. This is pushing a target now. This is Russell VWAP and our supply on NQ here, 87 to 205. We can pop through this. Target above would be 250. But I think that we might need to build out here a bit. With ES also trying to recover our ETH low. Could see this needing to build a bit. Maybe we balance here for a hot second and then figure it out. See what happens. We got to eat through this liquidity that's resting there. There's your immediate rejection into 190. Just our, again, the stacked imbalance that's sitting there on footprint and our value, that candle. We just look to see if we can balance around here. Watch to see if Russell can continue this uptrend after rejecting into VWAP. Then keep going. This is our ES retest of our Globex low.
So just a heads up, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump and Musk are due to speak. We have posted out the video from AP on the Financial News feed for you to watch later on.
Let me post that.
Remember, if headlines do come through and does get lost down the feed, then of course it's on the left-hand side on the economic calendar for you to click on and watch it from there.
It hasn't started yet, but there's the link. The bot should also just narrate it for us if it's anything important. Minute 30 until new 15s. Still just following the idea, which is we're going to balance here for a bit. See if we can get back up into these highs or if we make lower highs. Unsure. Area is pretty slow. Speed, it's not here yet. 10 seconds.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
U15s are open. Holding our 50 so far. See if we put in another lower high. Just flagging in our balance where we thought it would. No decision has been made yet. Another lower high across the board. Need to get over 180, 190 for anything real. Or we have a high chance of rotating back down through this lower auction.
Just news again from earlier on, the TSMC said to evaluate building advanced chip plant in the UAE to get in some wider notation on the wires.
think is if you're playing off of 150s, 160, just need to watch to see our offer here. I think Russell can go to VWAP again. No change in our range. We just need to break these lower highs, get over this 180, 190, and we should be good. But we have to respect that offer is sitting there currently. So as we rotate back up to the top of this range, just either move stops up or take a little risk off and then leave a runner for a potential break and hold. Unsure. Just chopping right now. Trying to build this area out.
It's about 10 minutes ago until we're expected to hear from Trump and Musk, but the video is out on the feed for you to watch.
This offer stepping below after that retest into our highs. I'd want to see a very clear shift here on retest for more. This looks like it's just kind of like stepping. While we wait for Musk and Trump.
$64 counterparties take $315.657 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
Russell into VWAP here.
Still want to see aggressive ES push here. If it's going to happen to the upside, that is.
I don't know if we get it.
More time we spend without the attempt, the higher probability of downside.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely possible. I just don't know if we get it before Trump and Musk. That's my issue.
Yeah.
The use of Fed's RRP tool surges to $316 billion, the most since the end of March.
See if we get a higher low here after taking out that last high. I'll be right back.
So just a reminder what the RRP is supposed to be with the reverse repurchase agreement. So it's supposed to be a tool to provide a floor under the federal funds rate, which is the rate at which banks lend each other overnight. So by absorbing then the excess liquidity, the RRP helps to ensure that short-term interest rates don't fall too low.
What time is this thing supposed to start? We've been
I think he
live for
keeps
an
saying
hour.
shortly.
Yeah. I mean, the
It's like 2 minutes or 15.
The stream's
you know?
been live for 57 minutes. That's why I'm wondering if
I mean, probably in 2 minutes then at the half hour.
surely they show up on time.
They're never late. A wizard is never late.
What's up, Izzy?
It's about a couple of minutes or about a minute ago to expect to hear from Trump and Musk. The video on AP it doesn't show the Oval Office yet, but it should be starting soon, hopefully.
Yeah,
That guy get
yep,
you, yeah.
true.
Oh boy.
From 149. Yeah, that's a good trade. Good job. We were looking at the same thing. Just we expected bids to try to be there at that 150, and just we need to get over 180, 190 for anything real. But just accumulate, just sideways action, trying to get through the supply here. Russell still sideways. ES still sideways, just trying to get back into value. 13 seconds until new 15s, and potentially Trump starts speaking. Potentially. But yeah, it's incredibly important that we show interest over 180, 190. We're currently seeing some aborb here, but if we can get over it, I think we head to 250 for upside. There's high potential. I'm guessing if Musk is there, then it's about Doge or something. Yeah, I think 230 is a great target. And then you really got to battle through this. There's a participant there that was very heavy for this downside leg from like 250 to 270 that I'm a bit worried about. But of course, they don't still need to be there, especially if Trump says something really bullish. Like they'll just step out of the way. But that is where a lot of sell side liquidity was on this leg down. A bit worried about Russell into day open here. Like we're playing this, we've been playing this upside right off of the flip, and failure down at 90. But like this, if Trump gets on and speaks, like this is just a bear flag on our larger downside structure, right? Like we got to be very careful into this 180. It's our value edge on NQ now.
The US is preparing draft IAEA board resolution to be submitted with Britain, France, and Germany declaring Iran in non compliance with safeguards obligations. That's according to diplomats saying that there.
If they're like 30 minutes late, the market's going to be ass.
Yep.
Testing our supply here again. Playing off of our 50 lows, I really do think this is a great risk off. If we can push over,
Did see
awesome.
a tiny move towards the upside on WTI off of the back of that IEA headline. Very, very small. It's a little pop.
I'm a big proponent of always taking risk off into our known seller. With how like large the potential moves are, like having a runner, you'll make just enough money, right? Like it's not a big deal. It's better than giving it all back by not taking any off into the top of our balance. Or do whatever you want. I don't care. Oh, Camille, I asked you this like last week, but I think you were AFK. Are you an audiobook enjoyer, or are you like reading on like a Kindle or paperback? Definitely AFK. What? Strictly reading? What does that mean?
It's a anti-audiobook purist.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Do you have like a Kindle or just paperback? Like books?
White House says US launches permitting technology action plan. So from this here, this is on environmental quality. It doesn't look like anything of importance here. So just if anyone is interested, it's something. It basically provides a government-wide strategy to optimize technology to effectively and efficiently evaluate environmental permits, allowing for seamless information exchange between agencies. So yeah, nothing of importance.
Yeah, you should be able to get a retest of your value edge if anything, if we reject here. We'll see. Regardless, I don't expect any of this price action to be all that meaningful until Trump starts talking. Like we can slow grind up into previous areas of value, but if they say anything, like I don't expect a lot of these levels to hold that we're playing off of right now. If there's any sort of like new news with what they say, this is a very short term. But they got to play off of current supply. So value edge is sitting at 181 on Q. Retest this. About as low as you want to see it go. If you're in a long, right here. There's your 180 bid. Oh yeah, it's super heavy series. Again, that's why most people stop at book 3, dude. It's brutal. I don't think I've recommended that series to a bunch of people, and you're the first one that's actually read 4 and 5. Everyone else stopped on 3. We're playing off 180 is a great first risk off into 205. Just retesting our highs. We'll look for a pop if we can get over this. I think we go to 230, but don't disrespect the range that we're trading in. I like the value hold though on retest of our value low there on NQ. Yes, attempting to do the same thing, right? How late is Trump now? He is 11 minutes late so far. Okay, not bad, not bad.
Be worse.
Oh.
We'll check in an hour or two and we'll see where we're at.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's crazy the difference when you start to look for base hits instead, how much like your mental health just goes up. Ugh. I'm glad it's working for you, Z. Yeah. Yeah, it feels so much better. Just solid trading instead of looking for the YOLO that's going to either liquidate you or pay your rent. Huge. Yeah, it's a good size. I think 15 gives you a lot to work with. That's usually about the size that I trade on slower days, like 15 to 20 contracts. I like 5 lotting and then start to risk off. I don't know, it just feels right. Anything more than that, I'm just like, no, it's a lot of fees. We can just like leave runners for moves, still take profit at all of our little pivots, and like be pretty happy with it, and then just have free trades to let run. I don't know, like the last I think 2 days, I've had MNQ trades that have gone like $600 to $1,000. Like on that's very good. So
Quite
like,
good.
yeah, like what more do you need? You don't need to trade big, you just need to trade properly. $40 till new 15s. Oh, let me DM you, Kamal. I've got a. I asked you about what how you read for a reason. Uh, yeah, I don't really talk about that stuff. I've showed it in Discord before, but I don't think it's helpful. I used to do like full tracking of positions and everything with like P&L over months and months and months, and all it did was cause people to have FOMO. It had the opposite effect of what I wanted. It was actually terrible. It's like, oh, he made this much on that. The next play, I'm gonna triple my leverage.
Yep.
Oh, he made this much that month. That means he's never wrong. I can now put all of my money into this next trade. And all it did was like blow people up. It was terrible, and it made my mental health go down quite a bit. So I don't really do that anymore. So it's like I'd rather let the process speak for itself and then just post results on a daily basis of like, here, this is what our risk profile looked like. This is why this worked. Here are the trades that we took, right? Like, but yeah, I did that for options for a while, and it brought out all of the degens, and people who I didn't even think were degens became degens. Oh, you made 1200% on your last options play, and it was X amount of money. Like, I got a full lot the last. I didn't play it. Now I got to do the next one. Just like creates like bad mentality. And they start speaking so that we at least have a little bit of time left before I'm gonna get on at 3, and then they're gonna talk for 40 minutes, and then the market's closed.
Yep.
Get me out. Did you see that new subclass that was leaked for Destiny?
Yes.
Good job, good job. It's a good sign that we took out that high. Might be able to get a runner. You shouldn't push over 15. There's no reason to. Just keep doing what's working. And because you're taking payouts, right? Like, why change your system at all? Like, if you're able to take out payouts, like, why potentially blow up your account and have to go through another eval when you're just like doing the thing? You're already doing the thing. Like, if you really wanted to, you could just stack accounts with copy trading and
As
still
far
just
as
trade your
news reports
15.
that Iran says Trump's
I-
threat to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities is a clear red line. It'll have severe consequences.
But I don't think you should do that for all of your accounts. I think that you can do that with like one or maybe two, but you should always have like a fallback account. I'm actually like pretty against copy trading. Because like if you have a bad day, then you just like ruined all of your work. Like everything. Like if you liquidate, you're liquidating all of your hard work for like the last month. That's gonna be so bad for your mental. Just like trade, find your system, trade your account, make your daily goal that you wanted to on that account, move on to another account, you know. If you really wanted to double up on like one so you have a bit more leverage, but trading the same system. But like definitely don't put all your eggs in one basket. Because like when you go on tilt, you're gonna nuke, and then you're gonna like immediately just be so bad at yourself. Ugh.
Iranian official says if the US seeks a diplomatic solution, it must abandon the language of threats and sanctions. Again, Fars reports.
Ugh. Yeah, the more you do it and the more you stay consistent, the more it'll just feel pretty casual. And what's great about your situation now, which is a huge mental shift that you know, is that like you're not solely dependent on winning every trade and making money every day to survive, right? That's like the biggest mental drain you can have is not having any like backup and then feeling the need to like have to be winning and have to be making a certain amount of money because then you're just like full on emotional trading. You having like secondary income now, or now having like a primary income and this being secondary is so much better for you, and you can clearly see it. Like your mentality is completely shifted. It no longer feels like you're gambling and putting it all on black, you know.
So Trump and Musk are holding their news conference now at the White House. The AP video hasn't started. I want to try and find a different one and pop it on the feed. Okay, the AP video has started.
Holy, Trump's talking.
Here we go.
The audio is horrendous.
Lovely.
Elon Musk has a black eye. What's going on? Why does Elon Musk have a black eye?
Got in a fight with his baby mama. What are you gonna do? Or he's still training for the Zuck fight.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm gonna go with, actually. That's what I've decided.
What is this? Why are we playing a clip on a MacBook? What are we watching? What? What is this?
This is what we waited for.
What is this?
It's what everyone's been waiting for, man.
Trump says tariffs are important,
True. Okay.
and I'm happy with court decision yesterday.
40 seconds till new 15s. Holy. What a fiesta, man. Imperiled. Yeah, it's the FIFA trophy. Did you miss that press conference? Yes, value edge hold so far. Russell VWAP hold. Just range in while we wait for Trump to figure out what this news conference is actually about. Got a absorption at 170 and at 210. Right, so we should just like range rotate between these two on NQ. One of your baby moms? Oh, kids.
Checks out.
Trump says that we're talking about changing various systems.
The taco beam is crazy. Ugh.
Really slipping by not doing like Doritos Locos tacos for the double whammy.
Wall Street's got to get on that.
How to get on a list 101. He stopped getting sponsored by what was the bean company? Goya? Boy,
That was the end of it. That's when all the immigrants had to leave, when the Goya sponsorship ended. But still like one of the greatest photos from his first presidency. Just him smiling with like 17 cans of beans at the presidential desk. Do you guys not remember this? This is peak. This is a real photo.
Trump says that we're committed to making Doge cuts permanent.
Ugh. They had to go after that. It was over.
And most Doge changes will be codified by Congress. Trump says that Musk will be back and forth.
Now we're talking sauce.
pizza rolls in so long.
Trump says we'll continue to cut surgically.
Sorry, ETH low or Globex low on NQ into 30. Russell into our opening range high and value high. ES into view up. Later, Izzy. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye.
I don't even know what he's talking about. I lost it. What?
Fitch Rating says US soft goods retailers face higher execution risks from tariffs.
$97 on ES is full. Primary sell leg retrace.
I think if we can see a sustained bid at 20 here, we can head to that 50 target on NQ. There's a little bit of two-sided trading here, but I think they can probably win it out if that 20 sustains. I like that 900, like 902 target above for ES. We can continue to maintain VWAP.
Musk says it's not the end of Doge.
What a weird tangent.
Always
40
is.
40 seconds till do 15s. Okay. Into our 250 here.
So it looks like it's going to the Q&A part with Trump and Musk.
What is that, Kiz? J-Nug? That gold? What is it? I don't remember. No, I've never traded it.
Yeah, good old J-Nug, of course.
Trump says China violated deal. And China violated a big part of the agreement. And I will speak to Xi and hopefully work it out.
We are pushing into our reversion target of our 15-minute VWAP here. Into our 90.
And there's a chance for a deal with Iran. We did see a little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500. Again, Trump will speak to Xi. Hopefully, it will work out. So again, hopefully, we'll work it out. Iran deal possible in not too distant future. And Trump reiterates Iran can't have nuclear weapons.
Into our LVN here on our daily on NQ, into our 90, so, as well as just our 15-minute VWAP for the reversion trade.
Also, just keep an eye on oil as well. Also, did see a little bit of movement towards the upside. Again, this is when Trump said that he will speak to Xi and hopefully work it out.
Says ES into our 30-second opening range low. And our shift back up to what was our POC on ES. It's starting to shift a bit down here into 900. It would be awesome if we could see ES show interest here now as we rotate down and then bid through if we were going to go up. I'd love to see something like this occur, where we hold this sweep that we just did and now bid off this 900 area. So we'll see. Because I feel like if we don't hold here, it's going to be a reversion deck down to our 92, 892. So I'd like to see these VWAPs become supportive and show interest, see what happens. If we're going to keep going, that is. Why is this coming up? Oh my god.
Sakazawa now, the Japan trade negotiator, chief trade negotiator, speaking to reporters, just repeating what's been said in the morning that he spoke to Best in Atlantic about trade. Akazawa says that we agreed to speed up bilateral coordination toward G7. Akazawa says nothing is decided until everything is decided in deal.
Nothing is decided until everything is decided. Sun Tzu, Art of War. Oh god.
Trump says, I have great support on the tariffs.
$50 till new 15s.
Trump says getting Congress to agree on tariffs would take months. We have to be fast and nimble. And we want to win court battles on tariffs. NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $3.44. Diesel June futures settle at $2.01 a gallon. Gasoline June futures settle at $2.03 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $60.79 a barrel, down 15 cents or 0.25%. Trump on tax bill in Senate says, I want bigger cuts in taxes. So again, I want bigger cut in taxes.
This is such a big pivot across the board. You got to get over these 30-second opening ranges on ES and RTY. NQ still just trying to build here at our 90. Recovery of our 15-minute VWAP. This has a high chance to be potentially the top. If this is just them reloading on the short for sells at our 90. I think if we are able to successfully build above here in this area,
Trump says tax bill will be negotiated with Senate and House.
Pushing into our like 40 to 50 area above at 340, 350 is probably where we're headed, just to retest. So like what I'm watching here is
Akazawa says Japan's position remains unchanged over tariffs.
We've basically retraced the entire sell side, right? We're now back to where this offer was, right? Where sell side was loading up and just consolidating here. So if this would be just like the perfect opportunity for sells to average back in, right? And then continue us down. We need to see a bit more from buyers and show some excitement.
Trump on tax bill says it will be adjusted over the coming weeks.
Really anything more. It's very just two-sided here. I need a bit more information to see if we can get back into this balance from earlier. This 290 was, we found buyers here multiple times. We came down for that liquidity below to retest our lows from the morning, from the Globex, and then immediately bid off of it. We bid here again at our 230.
Also,
right?
Trump on tax bill in Senate says, I am seeking slightly lower tax number.
Now trying to get back over, but understand like this 290 310 area, like it's a big pivot, and with our 15-minute view up there, like it's something that we're definitely going to have to push through. I'm basically watching this as a balance. This is where we took out our wick low, we came back down, right, and then we bid back through. We're now attempting the same thing again. We bid, and now we're pushing, and we're so far rejecting here. I don't know how long it's going to take. Ideally, we find a bid and we just kind of flag it out, and then we can push through, right? But we have to respect that this is resistance.
Japan's economy minister Akazawa says, aim to complement US and Japan's strengths in chips. Trump says defaulting on debt is so catastrophic.
True.
and we should get rid of US debt limit or extend it. Akazawa says we're seeking a review of tariffs right away.
His kid punched him in the face.
Trump says Putin and Zelensky are both stubborn. Akazawa says that we can't reach the deal without a review of tariffs. Brent crude futures settle at $63.90 a barrel, down 25 cents or 0.39%.
Minute and a half here. New 15s. It'll be final 15 before final hour. Just balancing it back at value.
That being said, if you're playing off of 290 as offer, this is your first risk off into our low to view up and our halfway back. Need to see a shift below this, and this seller at 70s really start to
says
step on
we're
the
watching
gas.
official
We're gonna go
US
down
announcement
anymore.
of US and Nippon Steel.
I
Just a
doubt
reminder,
that happens
Trump
until
at
Trump
5
ends.
p.m. is due to speak on US Steel.
$40 seconds until new 15s.
Trump says other nations will destroy the US with unchecked tariffs.
Full range rotations here, no change. Russell leading up though, that's a decent divergence. POC has shifted on RTY to previous day value low is what it looks like to me at 71 potentially. But that POC is shifting and we're now holding a supportive, which is interesting. It could be a good sign if that can sustain that we want to go up once Trump's done. I'm going to definitely be keeping my eye on that. If that ever goes offer, we'll run into the same situation as the last reversal down where Russell lost that. Same with ES, where these POCs became resistance. We're seeing this shift happen on ES as well. It has not happened yet on NQ. But POC is attempting to shift here at 904 on ES, and again, POC is shifted at 70.6 here on RTY. So I just want to see if we can make these supportive, and then if we can build off of them. Because if we can't, right, like my target almost always is the reversion back to where that POC was before, which is 57.
Trump on tariff
on,
company impact
RTY.
says Musk will build whole car here.
So it's super important that we start to see these sustain now that they've shifted.
All manufacturers will build their parts in the US. You build a car, make it in America. Trump says power meeting was good. That concludes Trump's remarks at the White House.
Holy, thank God. All right, so not as bad. We have a little bit of time. I was really thinking that was going to be an hour late, and then that was going to end at 3:30, and then.
So the key
that.
takeaway from that was him saying, "I'll speak to Xi. Hopefully, we'll work it out."
Hopefully we'll work it out. Be interested if we open up a bit here now or
Yeah, I would hope.
keep auctioning up here.
I mean, it's super important that we flip this if we're going up. Like, this is it. We've retraced 90% of the sell. Testing our wick highs here on NQ. So far double topping. Candle isn't closed yet. RTY retesting our value edge. ES looking back into a 30-second opening range low. First look above POC here in a minute.
Really watching ES and RTY here. Look back into value highs.
So, a reminder with Trump's schedule, 5 p.m. He's due to speak at Irvine Works, West Mifflin in Pennsylvania. And he's to deliver remarks on U.S. Steel deal.
U.S. Steel deal. The USSD. Look at that green candle.
Good hold of our POC shift on ES, rotating up into our 30-second opening range high here into 913. Yeah, that's really it. We are trying to recover our edge here on NQ. It's super important that we see this PVC value shift here at 310 is supportive. And we can start to build here. We can do that. I don't see why we can't rotate into this upper structure, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I don't know. It just slow grinding up, holding halfway backs, and then continuing onward has been the trend for the last 3 candles, basically. Very nice hold of our 290 is supportive on this look below into our 270s and then pop and then push, which is what we wanted to see. My targets above are still 330 and then 350 for NQ off of the flip of 290. Is ES into our value edge here, PVZ at 918, value on the day at 920. Got a VPOC on Russell if it wants to continue. Watching the 75 is our first real offer. This is our reversion. Trend would push it up to our ETH high up at 77.8. So let's just keep an eye on this now that we're in our box. Almost made it to our 350 here on Russell on NQ. Reason why I care about this area into this like 40 to 50 is this is where we saw buyers get absorbed pretty hard before the major sell-off. So like if we can show a lack of just interest here from sell, we should just be able to head to highs at the end of the day. But if this holds, then that's, I think, pretty telling. So I'll just scroll to the left here. And this is where we saw them. Initial sell was pretty dramatic to the push down, and then we saw these guys getting absorbed here. So again, like I don't see why if we don't just meet a seller here at this 40 to 50 and this goes supportive, why we wouldn't just retest our highs into 400. But we'll see. Into our 50 now. Trying to find some acceptance here. This is ES into our value high edge. And there's the attempted
According to the Wall
sell.
Street Journal, US-China trade truce risks falling apart over rare earths.
See how we react here.
We have posted out the article on the Financial Newsfeed for you to read through. So the Wall Street Journal says that the US had asked China to resume rare earth exports. Adding that Beijing has slow walked rare earth export approvals.
Yeah, same, dude. $30 is attempting to hold as supportive. Again, this was our first upside PT. 350 was our second. This is where we saw that absorption occur last, so it makes sense for this to have that selling pressure here. Just need to see if we can get through the supply. This is our first like real selling that we've seen in this slow grind up. Hmm. Hmm. Forty seconds till new 15s. Just bouncing 330 to 350 here. See if they attempt to sweep one more time or if that was that. Probably end the day at 410. Yeah, that's what I was saying before is like if we can get through this, then there's no reason why we don't end at our highs. But if this holds, then there's like the seller's still here. We rotate back down to our mean down at like 290, and then that's that, right? So we really need to push through here. Into our wick highs here. I think it's a great first risk off if you're playing off the half light back or 330 or ES 30-second opening range, then leave runners for continuation. Just in case they try to sweep this thing down again. Yeah, 80 to 90 should be your first target if we can get through here. The 65. This is your 30-second opening range low on NQ, 65. And then it goes to like 80 and then 90, basically. But I mean, we should just be able to test highs, I would assume, if we can build here. I'm watching RTY into this VPOC, previous days POC, ETHI, et cetera, all here at 78s. But this is our first like very solid retest of our 30-second opening range on ES at 12s, and we've now just taken out Globex high. We've got a bit of room above if we want to hold here. Just want to see our value edge retested, I would assume, is what we're going to be watching for. Yeah, just let it play, you know. That was our like only sign of a seller that we've had, like a volatile sell, high vol, and we held very well where we needed to. So it was a good look. If they reload again, we can be a bit worried, but so far things look okay. Just holding POC and pushing up right on the higher time frame. This is our deviation away from our 15-minute VWAP, which is why it's like a right. We flipped our VWAP at 290. We talked about that, and then we've now pushed into target, and this is our deviation away from our VWAP at 270. Or sorry, 370, 365, or I can't speak. 370, 365 area, as well as POC for this PVZ period. But like if this goes supportive, there's no reason not to be looking for our push into 400 like you're looking for. Right? We need to recover POC. Right now we're holding that as resistance on the indicator. You see how we've done the full value range on this rotation, Sparrow? On the recovery of this value low, we've now rotated up into target, which is that POC. If you're looking at like the cheat sheet that I made for PVZ. Right, so we reclaimed our value and we've now done our rotation back up into where value, sell side value is being found into this 370 to 400. So now it's just like a matter of can we eat through it or not. And this period is just from the last rotation, right? Like all we're doing is doing this last rotation from midday in reverse. But we've come back up to the main sell. So like, should you be looking for more up here? It's debatable. But like, if you have a runner, there's no reason not to hold a runner. But like this this high at 370 has been pretty consistent. This was where our offer, when we tried to push back through this range, we rejected, and then we started making these lower highs that led to our large sell. So we're just back here. If they want to pop it, awesome. But you know, I don't know how rocky of a move this is going to be. If you remember from earlier in the day, this was where we were shorting over and over again, was just this failure at this opening range mid to high, right? And that's where we are now. So it's the same short from this morning. We just need to see if we can push through or not. Just got filled into 390 there. Got an M and Q as a runner here, just in case we're gonna get any more. But definitely closing a little into our 30-second opening range high here. Let's see if we get any more. First look above, looks okay. ETH is sitting at
S&P 500
421.
now up slightly in afternoon trading. Last up 0.1%, last at 0.1%, and Dow up 0.3%.
This is us taking out our Globex high on Russell and that VPOC that was sitting there. I think that halfway back is going to come into play. What? Which halfway back? Yo, you mean like a pullback here and then a bid? I mean, you should just be in runners and let it do its thing. It's just like grinding back up. We failed the lows, we failed the highs, and now we're closing at an extreme. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not expecting like breakout. I'm just expecting us to retest our highs, which we've done off of the flip of VWAP. And now it's about just, I mean, this day can be completely neutral. You have to remember that, right? Like we're closing at our 30-second opening range on NQ right now. So like nothing has changed. Like the day was for scalping. You know what I mean? Like it's a neutral day still. We're closing at the open as of right now. I mean, maybe things change, but it's crazy that we can do stuff like this where it's just like you get the trade on both sides basically, and then like the day is just in the long scheme of things, right? Like it's meant nothing. Yeah. Good job. Good job resetting, finding. So I just want to again go over what we talked about and the idea behind what we were looking for and like why it matters in the larger scheme of things, right? When we're looking at our upside targets, like we don't need to be in this move down here. it's the recovery of our previous range that really is important to me. And these concepts of recovering our 330, our 230, right? And then our 290, and then just rotating up into these highs, because we know that like this is where that offer got really serious. And if we can take out this supply, then we can rotate up, and then it's just coming back in, right? This is the flip of our VWAP at the time, right here. And like this to me is like, this is where sell side was going to load the boat again if this was a serious sell. Without this guy here to hold this range, right? This break of our balance that we saw that led to this drastic move down. It's like, we're just going to rotate back up to where they were before, right? Like if we can't put in the lower low, or sorry, the lower high, like what? Okay, well then we're just going to rotate our previous balance, which was this morning's auction that we traded and that we're all pretty familiar with, right? Like this is where we were shorting over and over and over and over and over again. So now it's just a matter of, seeing how we interact here. For like a new, again, like as a neutral day, like I'm not expecting a crazy move out of here. Like it's the same as before, but I don't think that there's a overall problem as long as like this 350, 340 is continuing to show as supportive. We might be all right. If not, right, like we're just going to be heading back down to our reversion target again, right, which is 290. We're going to do the rotation of this balance into our 15-minute VWAP. So just like keep that in mind, that if we don't show any interest over this 390, which is we're completely unable to show interest for the morning session, just complete lack of interest, then I do expect that in the last 30 minutes, right, we'll revert back down to that mean. So we'll see what happens, but we're going to need to see quite a bit from buyers and show any sort of interest above, and then I'll start to care. Nothing's broken in our higher time frame, just grind up. But this is our first like real sell that we've seen into the supply. We just got our stacked imbalance here as well. So see what we can do. Nothing is bearish yet, though, right? It's just, it makes sense that a seller is being found here. It's an obvious take profit. It's an obvious look for a reload for people who are looking to short. But longs, if you're long from lower, not really. Nothing's, like if you've got the room to let something run, let it do its thing. Let's see how we interact here into this balance. Mm-hmm. I'll be right back. Lucky. Good push. See if we can hold it.
Zelensky spoke of potential four-party meeting with Erdogan that would include leaders of US, Ukraine, Russia, and Turkey.
Are there any instruments that are also good to trade with these
Of course, just a reminder, we know with the past meeting that was supposed to happen with Putin and Zelensky, potentially Trump, Putin had not attended that, and neither has Trump done as well. So Zelensky didn't attend that. It was led by, the discussions were led by Ukraine's negotiators and Russia's negotiators instead.
Trying not to talk over this guy. Yeah, I mean, oil is okay. It's a little liquid, in my opinion, but I mean, like, yeah, it works. It just depends on like the time frame that you're running. What are you talking about? Like volume profile, footprint, et cetera, et cetera? Like, what's the, or like our indicators? What's okay, yeah, yeah. Like commodities are okay. Volume profile and footprint, yeah, work great. Anything that has volume, right, and can be seen, is going to, again, like we talked about this a little bit earlier, but if you treat the market as an auction, like there's going to be a, quote unquote fair price and in a discount and a value and a premium, right? Like there's going to be a premium price and a discounted price, and then there's going to be the price, the mean price. That's your POC, right? So like, yes, they work, right? Like the concepts don't shift. It's just like, is it as easy to execute? In my opinion, no, which is why I don't trade them. But yeah, like the auction market theory works on anything that has volume. And in crypto as well. Crypto works incredibly well. And with crypto, you have more volume information actually than these markets. But the problem with crypto is that everyone's a piece of shit.
True.
That's the problem with crypto. So there's a lot more like manipulation. There's a lot more people going literally to take out your position. Like the things that people complain about in like real markets like this, like regulated markets, happens all the time in crypto because all positions can be seen, right? So you know when the guy who just put on a $1 billion short, where he is and when he exits and his exact everything. Like you know all of that in crypto. And so like there are liquidation hunts all the time. It's a bit different in that sense because people are going out of their way to hurt you. But like, yeah, volume profile works fine, footprint works fine. Watching our reoffer into 70, if we get it. I want to see if this edge goes resistance, offer that lower high and the look above and fail. Right, we're seeing this movement. So if this now offers here again, potentially that rotation down can occur. Keeping an eye on our Russell value edge here as well. Watching for a lower high here is again, then the 70 to 80. Sell side would need to step in pretty dramatically here for this to have any validity, or it's just a bounce from 350 again, and then another bid. We want to see a continuation of these lower highs. If 350 just stays supportive, there's really not much here.
Any seconds here till final 15s?
This 50 should be your first risk off, and then yeah, I mean it needs to be. And then below that, we can see more downside on a shift below 330. Same pivots on the way up, 350, 330. And then if 330 goes offer, 330, 340 goes offer from a look below, should just be a reversion back to like 290. But we'll see what happens. MOC, 4 minutes. 3.5 minutes, really.
One minute to go now until we get the market on close imbalance data.
MOC very shortly, expect volatility. Held our 50s, just back to our offer here into 80-90.
Ten seconds. Market and close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 20 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 258 million, Dow 30 sell side 885 million, and Mag 7 sell side 595 million. I just seen the S&P 500 now to the buy side of 67 million.
Look above. Let's see if we can hold on any sort of rebid, or if they just chop us here. I'd love to see 90s stay bid. That's where we took profit on the first look in. Got 420 to 433 above, and then 421 and then 445 above as targets for NQ. Yes, just into our value edge. Looks like the bid's potentially sitting at 85.90 here. See if it flips or if bid's able to hold on retest. We want to see them really try to take in and defend this if we're going to hold.
That is some lag sauce.
Your break-even stop made money? What? Nice. Just sim things.
Yeah.
RTY really hampering us here. This push down is not helping. See if we can hold our value edge or if we're going to have to go down to 70.6. Hopefully this RTY bid can actually break downtrend for NQ and ES. Problem is we've got this guy who's kind of shit out of luck here at 85.90. Gotta get through him for anything real. That will be where that offer sits to defend. Back to our 50 here. Russell still falling.
Last 5 of the day.
Immediate bid off of 50. They gotta like really show interest above here. Yeah, and this is that 85.90. See if they can do it. RTY, a really nice bid at our ORL.
Fitch Rating says 8 US issuer defaults across 7 sectors in April 2025.
This is the high we just took out. Beautiful. Great little risk off if you're playing off of 350 or the momentum over 90. Above this, I have 45 as target. ES back into its quadruple top potentially here. Hopefully we can break value.
If you're not playing the classic quadruple top, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, you go back, start over on the lessons.
Look at you, dude. Good job.
A great start.
Good job, Sparrow. You got it. Don't even look at the days. Just keep doing what you're just keep doing what you're doing. It'll come.
Last minute here.
Jesus, bro. Ooh, well, I'm glad that you made it back, but I'm also concerned that you didn't sell me anything. But I'm glad you walked away and helped yourself. And that's close.
Balanced.
Yep.
2 weeks in a row.
Crazy.
Are you looking at pictures of me or something?
All right, well, maybe we need maybe we can go over some next Monday. We could do like balance day, different kinds of balance day rotations or something. I wonder. That'd be helpful.
Yeah, I actually had something in mind kind of on that. So I was inspired by a
conversation with Mr. Ty this week.
I found a meme for you, Ty.
Yes, I saw your footprint chart, man. Super. Hi, it's all about the aesthetics.
What do you want from a footprint chart class? Like I feel like I go over what I look for on footprint every single day on live stream. So I don't know like what we would do in a class. Because I'm like walking through my thought process every day. Oh, got it. Got it. Yeah, man. I knew people were getting ruined there, so I was a little bit more aggressive this morning. So it's like we're not showing any interest above. So instead of just getting chopped up, just like stay in your position and just let it be until something shifts. Like sometimes the best thing you can do is just sit on your hands from the high or the low, you know? Like we saw what was happening. We went over it a lot, but it's like we're making lower lows with each rotation, and it's one of the biggest problems with like an expanding structure, or like where you're getting like these equal highs, but then we're like rotating down. Is like this feels so bad being in this position, but like nothing has shifted in what we're looking for in that downside rotation. Like we're just not showing any upside interest, and so you have to just kind of like accept it and be willing to just make that your invalidation.
S&P 500 and Nasdaq register biggest monthly percentage gain since November 2023. The S&P 500 records strongest May performance since 1990,
Like,
and Nasdaq registers biggest May percentage gain since 1997.
Right, like when we were in this balance earlier, like we knew 350 was supportive because we had this bid that was here, right? This little balance. And we knew that this guy was shit out of luck up here, right? It's already circled. And so like this is our ORH off our 32nd. This is our mid. And we saw that like every attempt in was just awful and pushing down. But after we see this guy and we see no willingness to push up, it's like either you can play this balance rotation or you can just sit, right, with your stop here and just chill in this position because nothing's invalidating and we're not showing any interest above. These bids aren't great. Like it's, I don't know. Like we just need to like maybe take a step back once. If you take like two wrong sides of balance trades, I think like the best thing you can do for yourself is to zoom out a bit. Take your fingers off the mouse, off the execute button, and be like, what actually needs to happen for me to be wrong on this edge? What actually needs to happen for me to be wrong on this lower edge, right? Like our upper edge. Where's the actual invalidation? Have we shown any strength? Why is it important that that guy who looked above failed so harshly, right? Like what does that mean for us as a potential catalyst and the direction that we're potentially heading, right? Like when you start to chop it up and balance, like really just like delete everything and then let's like go back to the drawing board and just reevaluate, because there's no reason that we can't just make money like this if we're actually being rational, you know? And I'm not saying like you're wrong or like what you do. I don't know what your trades look like, but I know that these areas can be really painful. But like if we're not looking for longs at opening range unless we can show acceptance above, like that's a really easy way for you to not die. You know, like it's a simple rule that you can implement for yourself where it's like, I'm not looking for a breakout until I see someone willing to break us out, you know? And it's like, I'm only looking for a long at the bottom of our range where the last bid was, right? Like those are two rules that you can now apply for the morning session where it's like, I'm not looking for longs unless I see a very clear pivot below, or we show clear acceptance above, and I'll play the secondary leg, right? Like, make that a rule for yourself. Until then, I need to respect that this is our range that we're trading in, and I'm not looking for more. I want to be closing into here. I want to be closing into here, and maybe I'll miss out, right? And like, okay, well, if I'm scared I might miss out, then I'm going to trade 5 micros, and I'm going to leave 1 as a runner with a break-even stop. And it might come completely back down on me, but at least I don't have the FOMO then to then add that position into the high edge, right? Like, you just need to like really create guardrails for yourself of being like, am I being an idiot right now? Does this make sense? And then like, again, like I think like the 30-second opening range, why I love it so much, or you could even use like your IB if you wanted to for the hourly, is just like, create that invalidation. It's the same thing about like ADR. Like, I'm not taking a long into ADR. You're insane. I'm closing my long that I was already into ADR. And I'm not shorting ADR low unless we're below it and we're showing that weakness. Like, I just like, it is way too easy to get screwed. It's the same thing for opening range. Like, if I'm not showing any interest above, like, what am I doing? It's the same thing for value high, right? Like, if we're just like wicking into it, but we're not showing any like real intent to stay, like, why am I trying to be the guy who's going to push us out? I don't have the capital to do that, right? So let's wait for the dude who has the capital to push us out and then play with him. You know, my one lot isn't going to do anything. Have that mentality shift of like, I will play what's being given until something shifts, right? I don't move the market. So I will take what is being offered. Like, those mentality shifts are going to help you so much from just like continuously taking the bad trade and balance, continuously being on the wrong side. It's like, just remind yourself over and over again, like, I don't move the market. I will trade between the known buyer and seller. I will take what I can get, and I will not be looking to play a preemptive breakout. I will not be looking to take a preemptive short on a breakdown. If I'm in from the edge high, I'll leave a runner to see if there's going to be a breakdown or a breakout, right? But like, I'm not going to put on full leverage into a known balance at the other edge. Like, just, I know I'm a bit ranty here, but like, I think these are rules that like immediately not just help you, but everyone that struggles with this stuff, where it's like, and these are things that like might be like, oh yeah, like that totally makes sense. But these are things that you should be self-discovering by just reviewing your trades. Because as soon as you review your trades on a really bad day, you're going to look at yourself and be like, what the hell was I doing? Like, these are all concepts that you pick up very quickly when you go and review your worst days of like, I was full tilt, and it is so clear I was full tilt here. If I actually zoomed out and now look at all of my trades in this area, like I should have counter traded myself. You know what I mean? So like, just, if you struggle on days like today, or if you struggle in general, like, you need to start reviewing until you like have these subconscious like habits in place and these checks in place of being like, oh yeah, like I'm fucking up. I gotta take a step back and remind myself of what I'm doing and why I'm wrong, or why it didn't work. You know, and sometimes like things just don't work. That's okay. But when things don't work and then you attempt the same thing 40 times and you don't set a stop and your risk is unlimited, right? Like, that's when you're now ruined. Where you had profitable days where you're making $300 to $500 every day, and then you have a day where you just took a $3,000 loss and you just wasted your week. Well, it's like, well, clearly something changed, you know? And it's not the trades you were taking, it's your inability to accept a loser. All right, have a good weekend. Something to think about, especially today. Like, go review your trades for 30 minutes. Just go look, zoom out, take a screenshot, and be like, oh yeah, like, we didn't show any willingness to break out of a balance, or like we showed no interest above. Like, there's nothing here. I don't know. I think like for me, like one of the biggest things that really helped me is like, if the initial volume on the day doesn't want to go doesn't care about any look above, right? So like our first 30 seconds, right? It's like the first 30 second opening range. If no one who initialized all of that incoming volume, right, and putting on positions and rebalancing positions at the New York or Chicago Open, it's like, should we be looking for more? Or should we be looking for the rotation back down? Like if these guys aren't positioned that way and we're not showing any interest above, why the fuck am I showing interest? Like what am I doing? It goes back to the midday conversation we had where it's like, I'm not looking to project. I'm trading two known areas. As soon as you start to like have benign, just like made up targets, you run into issues where like you're not being rational and you're not taking what's being given and you're going to take much larger losses. But like as soon as you have mechanical invalidations, right, and you're taking mechanical setups and you're just taking smaller wins and you're adding up those days, like you will be a much happier person. All right, I don't know what else. But I'm glad you made it back today, man. But like that, today is our day to review. Because holy, even if it's not like even just looking at your trades, but like your thought process, right? Like review what your headspace was this morning and what your headspace was in the afternoon. I mean, did something actually change
take a
your
look at the market
headspace, or
wrap
did you
for
get
the US
lucky
session.
at the end
Very
of the
light.
session, right? Like
Stocks
know
were
that about
volatile in the
yourself.
final stretch of the month, with the market rebounding from lows as Trump stated he expected to speak with the G after accusing China of breaching a trade agreement. The S&P 500 virtually reversed a 1.2% decline, posting its strongest May since 1990. Bond auctions were subdued, but treasuries were on track for their first monthly decline of the year. The dollar scarcely moved, marking the sixth consecutive month of falls, the longest slide since 2020. OPEC Plus said that they may discuss an oil output hike larger than 411,000 barrels per day for July at a meeting on Saturday, according to sources that led to oil weakening. And the EIA said that US crude oil output rose to a record high in March.
All right. Yeah, if there's no more questions or if you are too scared to ask anything, anyone else who's still here, just DM me over the weekend. I'm more than happy to have like a psychology conversation with you or help review trades. But if you come to me and say, I don't know what I did wrong, and you show me a screenshot on TradingView and not your trades in your actual brokerage, if that's Trade of 8 or whatever it is, like I can't help you because you have not documented what you need to even do the basic review. So like if you want help, please like mark your trades, like take a screenshot with the trade lines, show me like what you're doing, and you have to do it the day of if you're on sim, guys, because it's not going to save if you're using a prop firm. So you need to screenshot it before the session ends. Like even now you can still do it if the browser's open. But like screenshot your trades so that we can review it over the weekend if you want that. But please come to me with like real data and not just like, I don't know, I didn't feel it. Like I don't know what to do with that information. But like we can go over it together and see if we can fix it. If you give me the tools, right? I'll help you. All right. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Enjoy your weekend.